Alright, hello again. Today we're going to try and get a 2-day standard hardcore run done. And just like in our previous video, I'm going to just quickly go over the general game plan for the run, what resources we have available, and then we'll talk about the specifics of how we're going to handle each quest as we get to them. For those that watched the previous standard run that I did, we have a lot of the same resources available, though we do have a few new tools. Thanks to Captain Scotch's standard contest, we have the September sensor, which is really great. Thanks to a gift from Hippo King, we have a Peridot of Peril, and we also picked up the April item of the month, the Baseball Diamond, and we'll be making use of all three of those pretty extensively throughout the run. In terms of things that we are missing, probably the most notable thing is the Baby Chest Mimic. Not having this is going to be pretty problematic throughout the course of the run. We're not going to be able to summon Mountain Men for ore. We're not going to be able to summon Fantasy Bandits to get an extra key, so we're going to need to do the extra loop of 8-bit realm. Just a lot of things we're missing out because we don't have this. Other than that, the Apriling Band helmet would have gotten us more clovers, which is a pretty limited resource for us. Peace Jerky is obviously great for saving a bunch of turns throughout the run, and just miscellaneous other things, all of which would be doing their thing. Especially the Monodent would be great too. And we also don't have the Cod Piece, which is not a huge deal, though it makes it a little awkward to use the Baseball Diamond sometimes because we often want to use it in conjunction with the Candelabra, but we're not able to because they both take up the offhand slot. In terms of game plan for the run, these are how we're going to use, or at least a game plan for how we're going to use a lot of our limited resources for day 1 and day 2. Refracted Gaze is kind of pretty wishy-washy. We use it where we need to, but we'll talk about that as we actually do it. A lot of these just get used a whole bunch in the same place. We use Club Across the Battlefield in the Nook pretty often, in conjunction with the free fights from being a Seal Clubber, and our spades are doing the normal spade things you would usually expect. I have a rough plan for what letters we're going to go for Hearthstone. We're going to get the Wet Stew. We're going to get a couple of tapes, though a lot of these are only kind of half value tapes because in order to get the P, we're fighting things we normally wouldn't. So we're really spending a turn to save 2 turns. And then we're going to get a couple of handfuls of soup on day 2 as well. Odds are we're going to miss 1 or 2 of these things, and that's fine. And we'll just see what happens. And I guess without further ado, we will go ahead and get into day 1. Before we do that, I did realize one thing I wanted to specifically discuss now, which is our clover usage. We have 4 clovers a day available to us, 3 from the Hermit and 1 from the Hearthstone, which gives us 8 clovers total. It's not quite as many as ideally I would want to have, but these are how I've chosen to use those 8. 3 of them get used on the ore for the level 8 quest. These are, like, technically we could do the quest the quote-unquote expected way, but this is otherwise mandatory. We're going to be doing the Leonard route for Zeppelin protesters, which ideally takes 4 clovers, but we're only going to actually use 3 to do that, just because skipping that last clover, we at least get to make food and stuff out of the stuff in the zone by skipping that one, and skipping one of these others is a little more problematic. Skipping the Inhaler probably costs us more turns than skipping the extra clover and protesters does, so that's just better. Technically you can get the stone wool in other ways, and maybe that might be better, but I've decided to just use one on Bob Oberon and deal with only having 3 clovers in the Zeppelin Protesters for now. So that's the plan for clovers. But otherwise, I think most of these things are reasonably standard uses of resources. Okay, day 1, let's get started. So nothing surprising here in our Valhalla picks. We're going to choose the Astral 6-pack. We're going to choose the Pet Sweater now. Now that we have Censor, the belt is not as important, and we can just use the Cubic Zirconia skill to get the extra monster level for the couple of spots where we need that. So the general utility of the Pet Sweater is pretty good. We are still going to go Seal Clubber, just to get some extra, just to be able to leverage those free seal fights a little bit. We are forced in hardcore into choosing a Canadian moon sign. Otherwise, we have to find some other way to get a machete. We don't have a way to summon the forest spirit, so we're going to choose Platypus here to get Canadia and muscle gains. Alright, and then we'll just start setting up all of our start of run things. We'll get a muffin. We're going to get a blueberry muffin to use for nuns on day 2. Go get our gems and sell those off. On day 1, we're going to get 3 of these. We're going to get 2 mouthwashes. On day 2, we'll probably get a structural ember and 1 mouthwash and 1 bember shoot, but we'll have to see exactly where we're at leveling wise. We should be far enough along that that's possible, and that saves us a few turns. Set up our leprechondo. We are going to use a lot of crafting in the route that we do, so I start out with the internet connected laptop, and that stays on for a good portion of the run. I am going to get at least 1 phosphor traces. We're going to be running the workout system for most of the time, and then I'm just going to get some booze as the other thing to start out. We'll be switching this up a little more than we did in the softcore run, because it's going to give us a few bonuses that we're going to need that we can't use pulls on. Okay, this stuff is set up, and I guess let's just put on some equipment. I like to just lock this in place because it's pretty much not going to change for the entire run. And then we can get set up to use the sensor. Before we do that, we'll check what our tower tests are going to be. We're going to get Mysticality, so that's great. Spinal Tapas means that that's pretty trivial no matter what. Spooky is not a problem at all. So if we are able to pulverize our ice cubes into gold powder, we'll use that. 3 shots at it as well. I've been doing a lot of adventure meets world runs recently, so hopefully the muscle memory from that doesn't screw us up too much. We did get Twinkly Powder 3 times in a row, so we're going to have to just deal with the resistance we already have. like to use a charge of the Hearthstone buff here at the start just to have a larger MP pool. Oh, it's a MP day, so that's cool. That'll make things a little less tight, though now that we have all the things, with Peridot especially, and everything else, our MP is a lot less tight than it normally has been. Alright, let's see. Okay, so if we use our, should put us to, yeah, around 30 cold protection. So if we use our 2 mouthwashes, this should get us to level 9. And our goal here is to get to level 11, maybe 2/3 of the way through the day, and be in a position to start day 2 right at level 12 after we use our mouthwash. Now, like I said, we are going to be routing in 2,000 points at the 8-bit realm. That's going to happen mostly on day 1, if everything goes well. But we start our route by doing some Spooky Raven stuff, and then we do some non-combat things, and then we are usually in a position to get to level 10, at which point we have the ability to get the damage absorption gear that we're going to need for 8-bit realm. So hopefully all of that ends up lining up and nothing terrible happens. So let's check it out. And I am going to be leaning on the maximizer a lot, just like I normally do. Before we do anything, we are going to use up this charge of the green candle, and we'll just drop that in the Spooky Forest. Is okay. And we'll use this blue candle while we're here too for some MP. Then let's just make sure we have these things set the way we want. I like to set that there, and we'll set our mood. And I like to hold off just a little bit before we go for the first purple ray target, so that we can get it in our base ball. Because when we actually do the copies, we can't be holding the base ball because they both use the offhand slot. So we're going to go head over to the kitchen now. And we'll use the Peridot to dodge out of there without taking a turn, and then we're just going to use the shovel here. Okay. Now I'm going to try and keep an eye on our meat. Once we have enough, I do want to upgrade our toy accordion into an antique accordion, just to take a little pressure off of our MP spend. But for now, we can start actually fighting some enemies. And ideally these should be mostly 4s, which will let us swap off of the parrot after a few turns and start actually getting some experience on our Crimbo skeleton. And we're just loading all of these into the baseball as junk things. Alright, and then this should get us the key. Alright, we've got 7 monsters loaded into here, so we're free to start loading actually useful things into there. And in particular, we can go for a modern zombie and try and get that in there. Fantastic. Alright, now we're going to try and go to the billiard room, and we're going to try and get an S for Spelling Stew, which will allow us to then use our first yellow ray and get a T from the Frat Warrior. And we can actually take off the baseball for the moment. Our first yellow ray target isn't until we get through the library. I'm sorry, through the billiards room into the library. Okay, so that's always a little awkward. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drink 5 boozes. We will equip the pool cue. And keep on going. Now that we got the S, we can check and see, yep, we can fight the frat, so we'll go ahead and do that right away. Okay, so then that puts our yellow ray on cooldown, and we can just continue. We're not going to collect any more letters until we are into our 8-bit realm portion of the run, so that's one less thing to worry about. Now that we got that hand of whatever it's called, chalk dust, we can use that in lieu of holding the pool cue and just go back to what we were doing. And get the key. Alright, we're going to go ahead and put on the baseball diamond, because in the library we want to ideally get a killing jar from the librarian, or at least get it into our baseball diamond to baseball yellow ray it. Okay, so we didn't get it in there before our club next week came up, so we are going to just proceed with the club, and we'll have to catch the free modern zombies on the next go around, which was always going to be partially the case anyway, so this is not that big of a deal. Before I forget, I will go to the guild and get the guild quest going. And I dropped the first 2 delay burns into the spooky forest. I suppose I can start remembering to use some of these stat generating abilities. They're a lot less important now than before we had Censor. Now it's just sort of easing how much space we have between us and level 12, rather than fighting for every last bit of XP. But it's still good to do. Okay, so we didn't even hit a librarian, so we'll have to go back later to try and do that. Probably on day 2 we can peridot into it, and that's fine. Does mean I'm not going to need to find a backup target for the diamond's yellow ray, and the obvious candidate here is the goatlet goat. So I think we can go ahead and just do that right away. Alright, so game plan here is we want to make sure we have the diamond equipped. We'll peridot onto a dairy goat. We will swoop, try and steal an extra piece of cheese. If we steal the piece of cheese, then the yellow ray from the baseball will get us a third. If we don't steal one, we can club it across into another dairy goat to get the third. Okay. And then the last thing I want to do before we run this baseball inning is get something to cheddar in here. We are going to be trying to use the garbage ball to get good drinks because of the weird interaction between the beer from the baseball and the black label. That can get us a couple extra turns. And so, since we're on the cusp of barely making day 2, that's a good resource to have to generate a few extra turns. But what we're going to do is we're going to go into the niche. We will drop onto a dirty old lich, and we will sniff and cheddar the lich. I'm just trying to rethink and make sure I'm okay to sniff this guy now. Yeah, our third sniff's going to be on the surgeons in the hidden city, so using our sniff here is fine. And we'll just kill this guy, put him in our baseball diamond, and then we'll play our first inning of baseball. Okay, one more. So garbage ball. We will make the modern zombies free. Beanball this guy. We'll get the cheese from the goat, and we will add copies of the dirty old lich. Alright, great. That's the first inning of baseball down. And we can continue on our path. What I like to do now is just take stock of where we're at with our yellow ray timer, because it does, our route takes a little bit of specific timing to line up the yellow ray timer with a certain spot we're at in the 8-bit realm cycle. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick break here, take stock of where we're at, and then get going again. Alright, I'm back. And like I said, our current objective now is to get up to level 10 to open up the airship, and that'll allow us to start gathering the higher power gear that we're going to need for the 8-bit realm. And to do that, I want to go ahead and work our way through Spooky Raven Manor first, and then we'll also do some of the work on the Deep Fat Friars quest. I'm going to leave the baseball diamond equipped for a little bit just to fill it up with enemies. This doesn't matter too much. forgot to actually buff our non-combat rate here. I guess actually we can wait 2 turns since we got the non-combat already. Okay. And I guess I should put our mood back on. Back on just for some extra comfy stats. We got our phosphor traces. I'm going to wait until we get our booze to make the next switch. Because we will be switching into the familiar buffs in a little bit. But I do want to get a thing of booze and a workout powder before we do that. Alright, so that's that one down. Should have taken my Peridot off there, but I forgot. And don't really want to encounter this guy, but it's okay. A little extra meat's not bad here. We did just get enough for our antique accordion, so we'll do that. And we'll just use some of our free kills that destroy drops here because they don't have any drops, so it doesn't matter. Just making sure we whittle this down to only having the nightstands that we want to encounter remaining. So that's everything, and now our delay is all burned, and it should be a mostly chance of getting the elegant nightstand. And I'm just going to keep working through here, because if we're able to get the non-combat buff from the ballroom, that really helps us out a lot throughout the whole run. I'm going to keep using a few free kills in here just to sort of quote-unquote extend these buffs. We've got both the familiar experience buff and the stats buffs running, so this is a pretty good place to use them. Alright, we got that on the first turn out. In fact, if we use a club back in time here, it will make this a free fight. And before I go to the ballroom, I will go ahead and poke our head into the deep fat fryers area and see how many fights we can hit before we hit a non-combat. None. I'll re-up pals. Just the extra familiar experience to really boost our item drop up early in the run is great, so well, that was wild. I hope this doesn't actually come back to bite us, because we actually want to get either ninja hot pants or a demon skin from these guys just to have some higher power gear. And if we don't, in fact, I'm probably going to go ahead and swoop a skin off of this guy. Ooh. Okay. Well. Keep on trying, I guess. Set myself a reminder to switch my condo in 5 turns. Actually, in 6 turns. Okay. So let's see. Do want to use that delay to burn another turn in the spooky forest, but I want to make sure to remove our peridot while we do so, because we will want to encounter a specific monster there later. Okay, so we'll go get our stats from Lady Spooky Raven. That takes us to level 10, which is good. And then what I like to do in the ballroom is go for the non-combat that lets you lower your non-combat rate, or increase your non-combat rate rather. And if we do hit it, if we don't hit it, then we just burn the delay manually. If we do hit it, we'll burn the rest of the delay using the spade. Okay, so we don't want another traces right now. We want to set up for the 8-bit realm. For that, we're going to definitely need the initiative. And I think we can set up Cupcake Treadmill and what's the other one? Karaoke Machine. Then I can take either booze or I can take more crafting plans now. We can put off crafting plans, I think. So we'll switch this and we'll keep the booze installed. Okay, so initiative buff's coming up in a few turns, in about 9 turns. Okay. Again, just keeping an eye on how all these things are going to line up. I do wish this was a little more deterministic. It's sort of annoying having to re-solve that sequencing every time. But yeah. Basically, we want to start 8-bit realm when our yellow ray has about 15 turns left on it. Is the ideal situation. But we're going to have to do it a little bit weird because of how that's going to line up with the initiative buff. But we'll deal with that when we get there. Okay, we didn't get the non-combat buff from here. So there are going to be a few points to the run where we're searching for non-combats, but not capped. We're at the soft cap for that at least, which is a little annoying, but we'll deal with that. In the meantime, we still have some turns of this Wild and Westy buff, so we'll go ahead and keep working through the we'll actually take a moment and head over to the airship and see if we can get some stuff there, because we are still hurting for actual damage absorption gear. But let's get our free stuff from the bat hole. Oops. Not actually sure what happened there. Must have accidentally hit one of the back buttons or something on my mouse. I don't want to do that. Okay. Alright, so airship, we're going to toss on our baseball diamond And we're going to try and refract up a Mohawk wig. Then now that I'm looking at it, I think we'll actually wait until we get our familiar weight buff to do that. We'll spend 4 turns over in the woods first. Alright, getting that in 1 is great. Now we need to check how much damage absorption we can get. It's not enough yet. Double check and make sure I didn't miss getting a demon skin. No. Okay. So I don't want to spend any more swoops at this point, but we'll see. We'll keep fighting here and see if we can get a demon skin. But if we don't get one in the next few turns here, we're going to need to go ahead and move on somehow. Alright, I'm going to take a quick moment and see where I can scrounge up some more damage absorption. Alright, I remember that you can in fact just buy some pants, and we do have the meat that we need for it, so I think that these are going to be the best way to go at the moment. Alright, we're about to get our initiative buff, which will enable us to start 8-bit Realm, but we don't need to start it right away. Because I believe that even without the Wild and Westy buff, we'll have it capped, but I guess we might as well start it right away. After we spend one more turn, of course. So let's go spend one turn here. One thing I haven't been keeping up with is managing our MP well enough. So let's do a little bit of better job with that. Okay. Alright, so that is good. And if we wanted to cap it without the West debuff, we're close. In fact, with the Bronzer, we can actually just make it. So yeah, we don't need to worry about always lining this up, but it's nice to have here. So let's turn off our mood so that we don't accidentally overwrite our buffs. Just manually manage this a little bit. In fact, we will use another charge of the Heartstone buff here. Need to remember in 4 turns to make sure that we are still capping this. But I think we should. So we'll do 5 turns here, and then we should be set to set up our next purple ray. Alright, so time to set up our next purple ray. It's going to be another modern zombie. Hopefully we are in the middle of being buffed up for initiative, so that's cool. While we're here, I'll go ahead and run breakfast before I forget. Grab our clovers and all that other good stuff. Okay, hitting one, missing one zombie here is not a big deal. It costs 1 turn, but if we hit a second one, it doesn't really cost a turn. And hitting 3 is pretty unlikely. next week. And then I can use that Phosphor Traces to just fight 3 copies of that guy in delay somewhere, but instead I'm just going to try and naturally encounter another one now while we're all buffed up. Okay, so then 2 more of those brings us down to 1 evilness, and that can be dealt with trivially. And we'll just continue with our 8-bit realm. We are going to have to break up our 8-bit realm work a little bit, because, like I said, we are trying to line up our yellow ray in a certain position, but we don't have to worry about that right this second. So now we are trivially capping this. We do want to make sure we have our Heart Zone equipped. We do, because we are going to get our next letter finally out of a Met. Set our buffs back on. Alright, so I think we want to find somewhere to spend 5-ish turns. Obviously 2 of them will be spent dealing with those 2 modern zombies. So I think we'll just go ahead and grab our linoleum ore now. That is the first stage of that quest done. Alright, and now we deal with the club. Now we're going to start putting stuff into the outskirts. We do want to burn this down soon-ish so that we can open up the guild quest, or open up the guild. Just making sure I'm not missing anything here. Alright, and then this green candle lines up very well with what we want to do for our last letter. We want to take our Peridot, go to the spooky forest, and fight a Warwelf to get a W for our wet stew, and burn the last turn of delay. Okay, so now we're going to spend 15 turns doing something other than 8-bit realm. I'm going to take a quick break and figure out exactly what that's going to be. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and get another dose of the non-combat buff from the clan photo booth and work on a little bit more of this non-combat stuff that we want to knock out on day 1, which should set us up to continue the 8-bit realm at about the right place. Alright, we ran out of adventures, so ideally we don't want to eat too much or use too much of our consumables till we're at level 11. Obviously the Pilsners are great at 11. So I think what I'll do, at the very least we'll drink this. And then we'll make a milk of magnesium. And eat this, eat our breakfast and this hot dog. Once we get to level 11, we will be getting the Fleetwood mac and cheese, 1 and maybe 2 of them, depending on how things go. I may even just make a quick stop in Burn a Turn in the Cranny for like a dieting pill. The Fleetwood mac and cheese really is a good turn bloat, and again, we are right on the edge of do we make day count or not, so that actually matters. So it's one of those things where I'm willing to sacrifice turn count a little bit just to make sure we are generating enough turns. But we've got 19 to work with now, so let's keep on pushing forward. Not terribly good luck this time through the spooky forest, but obviously you can't always have excellent luck in all of the places. Alright, I think we're going to go ahead and proceed with our 8-bit realm stuff now. So we are up to the heroes field, which means we need item drop. This is the one that we generally do not quite cap. I think we usually come out around 280 or so points. And again, just micromanage our buffs a little bit for this section. $250. Oh, yes. We need to drink this. Okay. 300. All right, that's actually pretty good. Make sure we have Peridot equipped because we want to make sure we hit the Tektite on the first turn. Steal its tea. And I do want to, yeah, we'll use this last free kill here just to make this timer line up a little better. Alright, and then our yellow ray, we're going to go... Make sure I have the right zone. Yes, we're going to fight a baseball bat, which will give us an A and a sonar and a biscuit. Considering whether to use a swoop here, I know we need 2, or 3 rather, for the bowlers. So I'm actually just going to use this yellow ray. I don't have a very good backup for what to use that yellow ray on otherwise anyway. So that's where we plan to use it, so that's where we'll use it. And then we're going to go out of our way to get a P from a big creepy spider. Alright, and now ideally we will hit a Keys before we are done with the heroes field. This buff is going to fall off before we're quite done, so we're going to lose a couple of points there, but nothing to be done about that. We're going to get 290 this time, okay. Did not get a Keys at all. So that's either going to mean we're going to just miss one of these tapes, or we'll have to see if there's somewhere to get an E. that doesn't effectively cost us time. No, I don't see anything, so we're going to just push forward without it, which probably means getting one less tape than usual. Again, the tapes are only kind of half value anyway, so that's not a big deal. So we cap this one pretty easily now. So yeah, we'll just continue on through. Alright, and our initiative buff should be up again because of how things lined up, right? Yes. So, we'll keep on working on that. Take a quick second to use this green candle. I do like to grab the model airship here. It just makes an extra out for when we're at the top floor. Skyletter? C. Looks like we are already capping this. Alright, so now we'll hopefully encounter a met and get an E out of that. In fact, at this point, I am going to use a use of Bloodbath just to get a little bit of extra stats going. Pay a little bit better attention to our buffs. Righty. And how many uses of pals do I have left? Just the one. But this is indeed where we are going to use it. Down to 270. Something must have worn off. Not sure what, actually. We have this buff. Anyway, we'll just keep going. I'm not sure why that changed, actually. Oh, maybe it was just a calculation problem. Maybe I just hadn't refreshed this. 300 makes more sense. Of course, this is about to run out again, but it is going to immediately re-up as well. Alright, we'll get our next T. And I'm going to take a couple of turns to try and get an A right now, because that could put us back on track if we're lucky. I'm not even sure if this is actually more correct, do or not, since we're doing it at 20% non-combat instead of 25. But I will put off starting the next purple ray. Well, I guess there's not a reason to. Yeah, it's going to be a dirty old lich, so the nice thing about the dirty old lich is we can just sort of toss him in our baseball, and it doesn't matter if we make the ones that are coming up from the purple ray free or ones that we do in the future. We're going to fight so many of them that it doesn't really matter that much. Just want to keep an eye on this buff, make sure that it's not going to fall off. Two turns. We don't need it for this or this, so we can spend 2 more turns looking for this A if we want to. I already got the fertilizer in the map, so okay. Okay, so no then. Alright, we're just going to end up with 1 less tape than we would in an ideal world. Doing a very poor job of watching these buffs while I'm managing them manually. Okay, we're going to drop these guys into the, what's it called? The outskirts. Okay. Great. 13 turns left of Ordained. 13 turns left of this. One thing I'm trying to calculate here is ideally we're going to burn through the rest of this delay. I think I'll do it when this green candle comes off a cooldown. Burn through the rest of that delay and use our Nook stuff, both our Club Across and Seal combos, as well as the Spade, to try and get a couple of extra Evil Eyes. Now, I have put myself in a bit of a difficult position food-wise. I probably should have been running food instead of booze. Because we're not going to make it to level 11 in time to get the mac and cheese, unless I put off the Pilsners until tomorrow. But I guess I can do that. And hopefully that's enough to get us to level 11. Actually, it's not, because we need the yellow ray too. I'll consider switching it in 2 turns, I think. Sorry, just in my head about managing these buffs again. And we should be able to get an A out of here. But only if we unbanish the Flea Man. Or rather, I guess we can also just equip our Peridot. There we go. Alright, both Peridot and Heartstone. Can I never find? There it is. And we will spend one turn getting a P. Guess what we'll do soon, we'll wait 2 turns and then we'll get the stuff out of our gelatinous cubling. I forgot to actually unlock this. We can still get most of... Yeah, okay. I needed to remember to spend a turn to actually do the guild quest before we were down to 1 turn of Ordained. But we can club across from the spade fights and still get all 5 club acrosses in. So this is going to be a-okay. before I forget, I should do this. This is the crappy thing about using the spade and the nook, is sometimes you can hit the party skeleton and it's just awful. And then we will just spend a turn, I guess, for the last one. I guess I could have equipped the Cupid Zirconia there. I didn't think about it. Alright, we got 4 evil eyes. That's actually pretty terrible. Alright. And we're going to spend 5 more turns in the 8-bit realm, and that'll finish it up for today. And it will get us actually very close. This is farther along than normal. Normally I'm at about 16,000 at this point, so that's nice at least. Alright, I think that's the last letter we're even going to collect today, which means we basically just missed a half value tape. Not the end of the world. Alright, so it's going to take us 4 more turns, I guess, to finish this up. Maybe 3 if we can get some really good item buffs later on, but we'll see how that goes. Now for this, let's switch back to this. We can start working on bar darts, because we're going to want 1 early on. I guess we want food and exercise powder. Yeah, I've been trying to do different things with the condo, and this the set of ways I set it up this time didn't really work out super well, because now we're in this weird food situation. I guess. Yeah. Like, worst case, we can make some spinal tapas, but those aren't particularly good. I'm not very excited about them. I'm actually going to take a quick break and see what I can come up with in terms of ideas for that. Alright, I've had a bit of a think about where we're at, and what options we have for continuing the day. Now, the ideal thing to go for would be waiting until we get the food from the leprechaun, hoping it gives us enough turns to get to this yellow ray, and then yellow raying into the ingredients for a Fleetwood mac and cheese, which we have just enough stomach space to dieting pill and get a ton of turns from. But the odds of all of those things actually lining up exactly as we need them to, are honestly not great. So instead, I'm still going to, I think, use a dieting pill, but we're going to spend a couple of extra turns to get spooky mushrooms to make a Gru egg omelet, and we'll dieting pill that. And hopefully that won't be too terrible. Now, in terms of where we're at, we did just hit level 11, so we can start working on the level 11 quest, but let's take stock of what's outstanding. We still do need to find the mosquito larva, and then we'll do another non-combat in the forest to get the spooky mushrooms. Boss bat just kind of happens naturally. We'll burn that delay at some point. We can unlock the guild at our leisure, though we don't have anything to do with those seal fights today, so not really a rush to do that. We have to finish up this, the Deep Fat Friars quest. That'll just get done at some point when we have non-combat running and nothing better to do. Nook will just work on tomorrow. Niche will be working through with our last two purple rays, as well as just fighting some naturally. We do still have a dirty little lich in here waiting to get turned into free fights. And as soon as we have something good to yellow ray, with that we'll set that off. Cranny I do on day 2. We can finish the alcove whenever we want. Extreme slope's going to be a little weird. It might depend on exactly when our turns line up. But we'll either get the parts for that at the end of the day today or at the start of the day tomorrow. Bridge we'll do tomorrow. We're doing day 2 Shen. We're behind on where we want to be for this, but that's okay. This is just a matter of dumping some delay into here and then doing non-combat stuff. And we can get into level 11, and this I think is where we're going to go right now, is to work on that. One thing I do need to find out is how much meat we actually have available to us. Since we are on the Canada mood sign, we do need the money for the bus pass. But fortunately, going through 8-bit realm for 2 sets of prizes gives you a ton of pixels, and these are just worth like a couple of thousand meat basically. So yeah, go ahead and get that bus pass. Now we're obviously still going to need to be able to buy the passport or whatever it's called. I don't even remember. Travel documents. But it's just a matter of just like selling a bunch of miscellaneous junk from our inventory. You don't need a beer bomb. sure this is very engaging gameplay to watch, but maybe I should write a script for this at some point too. We are now done with this. Yes, we're actually a little short, though. We'll get some over the course of working our way through the Black Forest as well. I'm sure there's still some stuff in here that sells for a non-zero amount. Skulls. Alright, let's go ahead and proceed from here then. The next thing we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do the crew egg omelet thing. It's sort of terrible, but I think it's the position I put myself in, unfortunately. And of course we need to remember to do the daily dungeon before the end of the day, or this run is absolutely cooked. Well, that ended up actually not being too bad at all. Now, it does cost us not only that turn, but it's also going to cost both a turn in the cranny but also we're going to yellow ray whichever ghoul it is that drops this thing. The gaunt ghoul. Alright, so now, fortunately, we did hit on the cheese from the goat, which means we have this yellow ray that we didn't have planned out anyway. So this is not really costing us too much of a resource there. Obviously, it's going to cost us the... Oh, it just dropped a dieting pill. Okay. Obviously, it will cost us this spleen. That's effectively a turn. But that's fine. Alright, so that'll give us a good number of adventures to work with here. And I think it sets us up to only need to make one Fleetwood mac and cheese to eat on day 2. Which can sometimes be a little awkward trying to make 2 of those. So, in terms of a backup, that went about as well as it could have. Now I still have this thing that I haven't done anything with. And it's getting to the point where yeah, I might switch around how we use our yellow ray. So we'll deal with that later. Okay. Our actual yellow ray, I mean. For now, let's go ahead and go to the black market. We want to boost non-combat here first so that we can get our blackberries and our galoshes, and then we will switch to boosting combat. Don't want that. Okay. Get a little bit of extra meat there. We did get both of the blackbird parts, so we can switch back. We may continue using a couple of gazes here. We actually have quite a lot available because of how quickly we got the mohawk wig. So gazes here can be good for getting both the extra meat from the pension checks. Like I said, we're a little tight at this particular moment in the run, but also the black labels from the friar guy. Okay, now we already have enough. Yeah, we have plus 200, so the bar dart should cap this on its own. And then we just need to hit one more to get the cobbler and the galoshes. That may have actually been a turn too early. I think we might get two scheduled ones now, because that was the fourth turn. I guess I didn't actually have to use the bloodbath there, but that's fine. I think I'll use one more gaze here. No, I don't think so. I will... see if we can swoop. Okay. Do need to remember to switch back out of the skeleton of Crimbo pass it into the gelatinous cubuling at some point, but I want to keep my item drop up super high right here, so. Okay. Alright, we did only get the one scheduled non-combat, so that's, I think, as good as it gets. Forged identification documents, that's what it's called. Grab the black paint now. We'll have to come back for the Zeppelin ticket. We have beach access, so we can do that whenever is convenient. And I think now is actually pretty convenient. Assuming we have the meat for it, and we do. Alright, so that opens up the level 11 stuff. Now, normally at this point, I'd set up for that yellow ray to go into the Zeppelin protesters to get the parts for the Fleetwood mac and cheese and the Leonard snare and everything that we need to start day 2. But I think because of how the food stuff came out, we're gonna flip-flop that with getting the parts for the extreme slope outfit, and we'll do the Zeppelin yellow ray at the start of day 2 or at the very end of day 1 if we actually manage to squeeze in a fourth yellow ray. But that probably will not happen because we didn't use our Pilsners. Yeah, there's no way. So our goal, I guess, is to... I don't know if we're even going to get in a second purple ray delay burn, unfortunately. We'll see how that goes in a minute. But go ahead and so in terms of level 11 quest, day 1 I'm going to do most of the hidden city, probably unlock the cellar of Spooky Raven, but not actually do that till the end of day 2. Like I said, we're doing day 2 Shen, so we don't want to go anywhere near him. Normally I would excuse me, normally I would start collecting the stuff we're going to need to do protesters on day 1, but it looks like that's going to get pushed off until day 2. Desert we do day 2 when all of our free kills are back off of cooldown. And yeah, so for now, so what are we going to do for the rest of day 1? It's going to be doing most of the hidden city, and it's going to be knocking out the dirty old liches and maybe some miscellaneous stuff on the slope. I did just use a clover so that we can go and fight Baba Baran. That was maybe a little too aggressive. Now, do I want to swoop Stonewall here? Probably not. 60% to get the third one. It's not the end of the world if we don't get it. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, we got 2. What I should have done is I should have been holding the baseball diamond, and we could have actually baseballed. I was surprised to find you could actually baseball Baba Baran. Let's go ahead and we'll do the first step of this. Then we want to spend 1 turn somewhere. Blood-bathed. Yeah, like it can be pretty much anywhere. Then we will burn a turn of delay here. And then we'll go over here and make sure we have the BCZ equipped, but not the Peridot. So the idea here is we're going to refract yellow ray 2 of the outfit pieces, and then if we had swooped the one, then that's it done. But the backup, if we don't swoop it, is we put on the baseball diamond and we put on the Peridot and we fight that exact same guy. Because we need his pants. It's a snowboarder, right? Alright, so this thing is loaded up. We're going to make the dirty old lich free. We're going to make the snowboarder give us his stuff. And then we can either banish the slick lich, which is probably what I'll do, or we can just not throw a major pitch and have a better shot at getting most of a beer, but that's only like, I don't know, it's like worth 1 turn of turn bloat on average. In fact, did I even get any black labels? I don't think I did. Yeah, so it's not even good, so we'll go ahead and just banish that lich. Play ball. Alright, Slick Lich is first, so we need to throw 2 cold pitches, then 2 spooky pitches, then 1 hot pitch, then banish, then free, then hot, hot. Alright, so now we have the extreme slope outfit. We're not going to do anything with it right this second, but we can go and fight some of these dirty old liches that we just made free. All right, and then our last baseball yellow ray target is going to be the janitor in the hidden city. So we do want to unlock that right now. It's also occurring to me that if we're not getting in that last club across the battlefield purple ray, we actually want to not do that with bowler, and we'll just have to use one of our club into next week's on day 2 for the bowler, which is a-okay. And we need to get the machete. I guess technically I should do this. Honestly, I usually just YOLO that with like plus 200, but really don't want to miss at this particular moment. Alright, hopefully we have 2 crafting plans. We do. Actually, this might only use 2 crafts. I don't even remember. Nope, it used all of them. Okay. Alright, so we have a machete, and we can go chop up some vines. This does have the convenient side effect of filling our baseball with random junk so that it is immediately ready to do the next inning. Right, and we want to fight the janitor in the office because we have to burn a zillion billion delay in there anyway, because we don't have sneaks available to us. So we can actually load that in here now. There's no problem with that. And the reason we want to kill the janitor is because we want to ensure we get the book of matches. I'm sorry, yell array the janitors, to ensure we get the book of matches, because the fog murderer is kind of our only decent nightcap here. So under normal circumstances, I swoop him and then only use the baseball if we miss on the swoop. But we are banishing him either way, so we're guaranteed to not get the drop. But if we're not doing bowlers now, we can still swoop. But I think what I'll actually do is I will still plan on doing bowlers, and we'll use that phosphor traces that we have in our back pocket to get a third bowler. So we want to save those swoops, so we just banish him. And then he's available to yellow ray at our leisure. Put this guy out. We need him for like 5 more fights or something. Spend a turn here. Alright, drop this delay into here. So we're going to work our way through the entire apartment building now, and then we'll do the hospital and bowling alley. And that's probably all we'll accomplish today. Take stock at that point and see where we're at. I do still have a... that was not a good way to search for that. Looking for the Heartstone Banish. Yeah, we still have plenty of those. Good. So... okay, so we have all the stuff from the cubuling. So we're going to banish whatever we encounter next, because we either need to banish the accountant to ensure we get the third shaman on the last turn of delay, or we banish the shaman because we don't want to encounter a fourth one. Then fight the mini boss. Okay, so that's that done. In fact, I can put off... No, I don't think so. Just considering putting off doing the hospital until day 2 as well. Yeah, because we're not going to get enough turns to get all these purple rays in, unfortunately, because of our little food snafu there. I'm going to take a quick break, think about what to do for the rest of the day, and then come back. Alright, so things we definitely want to accomplish day 1. We want to finish off the niche while the dirty old lich is double sniffed. And we're going to club a bowler into next week and use phosphor traces to get 3 of them, which should give us hopefully all of our bowling balls, unless a bunch of our swoops miss, in which case it'll cost us an extra turn on day 2. And I think we want to at least start the surgeon, the hidden hospital, so that we can use our 3rd sniff on the surgeon there. And we'll see where all of that puts us. I suspect that by the time we get to that point, we will have already gotten to this green candle, so I'll probably sniff and then finish it on day 2. So, let's go here. Put on the baseball diamond, because we're going to have like 5 of these be free. Oh, I guess we've already used up this set of free ones, so we're going to have 3 of these 5 be free. Okay, and then I'll do one more. We don't really have anything good to do with our 3rd major pitch here, so we'll just set it up for another cheddar. Janitor, give me your thing. Yep. Make 3 of these guys free and ensure that they stay cheddared. And I guess we'll finish this off. I should go knock the bowler into next week now, is what I should do. I can never find stuff. Normally I play with this expanded here, so when it's small like this and I don't have the icons, it takes me a moment to find the things I am looking for. Alright, we've got Peridot, and I guess if I really want to, I can. Yeah, we'll fight one more lich first. guess it was bound to happen. That's fine, whatever. We can at least banish this guy using Heartstone. In the event, back to this. Bowling alley, we're going to hit a bowler, we're going to swoop it, we're going to club it into next week, and load it into here at the same time. Swoop. Club into next week. Okay. And then back to the niche. Right, and then so that's that taken care of, so we can go here. Oops, so we can go here, unlock that. I'm going to be a little careful about how many things I put in here. I think I want to have 2 more things. So we'll peridot into a surgeon, we'll sniff the surgeon. No, we don't care about peridot. One more thing. Yes. Alright, well that was actually pretty good. We've got 3 turns to just like spend on stuff. I'll go ahead and bump up our non-combat rate, try and open up the Spooky Raven Cellar. Who knows, maybe we'll hit the non-combat that we want. And that'll somehow be good. Nope, that's not the one. Like, I know that skipping this prevents it from going into the non-combat queue, but I still think it's correct at this point to not skip it, because spending a turn to maybe save a turn is probably not correct. Alright, we got one more turn until our things off cooldown. I need to remember to actually use the phosphor traces. Do I have, like, workout powder? What's going on? But we'll get it before the day is out. Yeah, we really screwed up with that condo setup. I think I need to rethink how I do that. We did get a size 1 food here. So we'll fill up the rest of our stomach with spinal tapas. And spend one turn somewhere. Probably one of the best options is to peridot into a blue oyster cultist, but it's awkward because of the swoops, so I'm not gonna do that. I guess I'll just fight one of these bosses. Alright, and we'll dump this delay into the airship. Oh, that's what I should have done. I could have spent the turn opening the guild. Okay, do this. Swoop. After image. We got a bowling ball, so we're actually good. Oh, that's... I very nearly have forgotten to do the daily dungeon. That's what I should have been doing the past couple of turns. Alright, now we don't need to swoop, but we do need to kill him. And then we will choose this, do this. Do I need... I think I actually need the amulet. So we'll use our last swoop here. It's fine. And then we'll go do the daily dungeon. You know, the thing we have to do to not have the run be cooked. Alright, we can fight the tentacle, and then I think we're pretty much done for the day. Because we don't have enough turns to get to this purple candle. We already used the club across the battlefield anyway. We may as well use up these free rests. That gives us a little bit of stats, plus obviously the MP. I have not been running my buffs for the last who knows how long. Yeah, that's something that when I was doing Adventure Meets World, I ran pretty much the same mood the entire run. So now not having to pay attention to juggling, that is screwing me up a little bit. But guess we have all of these rests too, so let's go ahead and just... So there's a few buffs that we run the entire time. Also, I noticed I keep saying we. Obviously, I mean me. I don't know why I do that, but just indulge me, I suppose. Cast Ode to Booze before I forget. But the ones that are going to be run for the rest of the pretty much all the time, I'll just give us enough turns that it will cover the rest of the run. That way it's just one less thing that is constantly draining on our MP. Yeah, I think that's good. Let's see. Anything else we want to do? No, go ahead and get our nightcap and drink that. Again, Fog Murder, just mostly by virtue of being size 6, just beats anything else that I've got access to, so... we do still have Ode, so we'll drink that. And be set up for tomorrow. I guess I can get some PvP fights. But we'll wait until after our run to actually use those. And yeah, I think that's good for today. And we'll be back tomorrow and hopefully make this into a 2-day run. We're going to have a lot of turns to spend on day 2, so I might have to consider how that's going to affect some of the routing choices. Normally I would spend around 220 or so turns on day 1, between 210 and 220, to the point where it's a consideration whether to wait for that next yellow ray, but that's not how it turned out today because of how our consumables situation worked out. So we're going to have a lot more turns on day 2 than I'm used to, because usually I wouldn't have the Pilsners. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, I am back and ready to get started for day 2. Just starting to take stock of where we're at. Because of our little snafu on day 1, we do have... we are a bit behind where we normally would be at the start of day 2. But we're going to be able to generate a lot more turns than we normally would be able to as well. So we're going to see if we can still pull this off and be a 2-day run. Probably going to go for a lot of turn bloat options, and it'll be a very long 2-day run. Now the first decision to make, I think, is whether we can afford to still get a structural ember, or if we're going to need to get extra mouthwash because we are behind where we usually are with experience. But I did the math, and I believe that between the 1 mouthwash that we'll get and the stats that we'll get from the Heartstone Boom, that we should be able to get to level 12 practically right at the start anyway. So we are going to go ahead and still get the structural ember. Maybe I'll actually do the mouthwash first just to make sure the math wasn't incorrect. And I suppose it probably makes sense to try and pulverize the ice cubes again. Okay. Uh, 26, yeah, that's what I was expecting. So let's use this mouthwash, and this should leave us, I think, about 900 short of level 12. Yeah, about that, so we'll make up most of that ground with the stats from Hearthstone Boom, so we will go ahead and grab the Structural Ember. Now, in terms of where we're at, because we are going to be running so many turns on day 2, I'm going to count on having 4 yellow rays available rather than the 3 that normally would have. But I do want to get those going as soon as possible. So I think I'll slap on some real equipment here and get going. I think our green candle, we want to start working through the airship more readily. I believe we do have a non-combat available there now, so let's do that. But we don't want to put on the peridot right now, just in case we need it later. Oh. Helps if you spell peridot correctly. Okay, so let's see if we can hit a non-combat here. Cool. Alright. In that case, I'll still try and do the non-combat there. Alright, so that's that, and then we'll go to our first yellow ray, and that's going to be in the mob of Zeppelin protesters. Now, ideally, we want to hit a Jefferson pilot here, because that'll let us get not only the Leonard snare we're going to want, but also all of the ingredients for a Fleetwood mac and cheese. And we're going to want at least one of those. Ideally, we'll naturally pick up the ingredients for 2, but if we don't, we might consider getting a diet pill to double the effects of the Fleetwood mac and cheese, just to bloat our turns as much as we can. Just double check what we've got in here. Just a bunch of junk we don't care about because we got all the bowling balls that we need. So, yeah, I'll put on, no, I can't put on the baseball diamond because we need to use our yellow ray. But I do need to make sure we have the BCZ equipped. We do. So let's just see what we hit then. I'm actually going to skip the non-combat because our objective here is basically we're going to spend a couple of turns just killing stuff, and we're going to use cigarette lighters to kill 7 things at a time. So getting 3 at a time there doesn't really help us. Okay. If we steal Eagle's Milk, we're still pretty good. Okay. So... just considering whether to try again or to just yellow ray here and get the Eagle's Milk on another go around. I think we'll go ahead and just follow the normal plan. Okay. And then we will use the Leonard Snare as our first club into next week target. Alright, we still have the Hidden Hospital finish up. I think I'll go do that before I start on something else. Once we've done that, we're going to start working on Shen stuff because we want to make sure that the Twin Peaks stuff is all open by the time our next yellow ray is up. Basically, the idea here is we're going to do, so we used our first yellow ray here, second yellow ray will be on Twin Peaks to get hopefully a bunch of Hedgetrimmers. Third one will be somewhere at our discretion, quite possibly back into the Zeppelin Protesters again, and then the fourth one will get used on the Harem Girl at the very end. And I just need to step away for 1 second, so be right back. Alright, and we're back. So yeah, let's go ahead and finish up the Hidden Hospital. I guess I'm already wearing the surgeon gear that I have. No, we have a head mirror. Chuck that on. Oh, we finished the Hidden Hospital already. I guess I didn't realize that that was already done. Okay. Then I guess we can start just working on... We can work on Shen. We can work on the airship. I guess we want to get to level 12, so let's do that before we start working on Shen, and then we'll go Dushen. So maximize non-combat. And let's just hit up the airship again. Okay. Yes, so what we'll do now is toss on the baseball diamond and I'm going to So normally what I would do if we had gotten all of the components for Fleetwood Mac and Cheese here is I would Peridot onto a Blue Oyster Cultist and try and steal another cigarette lighter or Baseball Ray a cigarette lighter from it, which basically guarantees then that we're only spending like 2 extra turns to cover the clover that we're missing. But if we do it that way, then we won't be able to generate any Fleetwood Mac and Cheese, and that might be a little problematic. So alternatively, I'm considering just jumping in here naturally and using another refracted gaze. That before I forget. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. And we'll just see what we end up hitting. The drop rate for Eagle's Milk is 20%, so we've got a 2/3-ish chance of just hitting it. Yeah, let's just see how that goes. So we'll try and steal. Okay. Alright, we killed 6 extra, so we have killed 8 so far. We need to kill 17. That means it's going to take us at least 2 more fights, even if we had another lighter. So we will go again. Okay, we did get the Eagle's Milk. So, we've got all the stuff to make a Fleetwood Mac and Cheese. That's good. We don't have another lighter, but we can use our baseball to get one. and then we'll spend at most, I think, 2 more turns here. So that should be good. So what else do we want to do with this baseball? We're going to obviously want to make something free with it. And I think we want to open up the level 12 quest before we do that. So we'll go somewhere else again. It looks like, yeah, let's go to the office building. We have like 1,000,000 delay to burn there. And also the tracking can get a little wonky there. Like, I don't think there's actually 4 turns until the non-combat. In fact, we can slap on our Peridot this time because we need 1 more accountant. Guess we did have all that delay here, huh? Alright, we got to level 12. Now, let's see, I think we're going to rearrange our condo here because we want to get a little bit of extra non-combat since we're going to have to take off our hat in order to do this. We do have sleep coming up in a couple of turns, so that'll be ideal. How are we doing on crafting plans? We have 2. We're going to need, let's see, so we have the 3 free crafts that we're going to use to make the 3 pieces of Leonard gear. We're going to need 1 craft for the unstable fulminate, and 1 craft for a Fleetwood mac and cheese, and 1 more craft if we make a 2nd Fleetwood mac and cheese. But I think we can set that aside for now then. So what we want is the padded weight bench. Is that the one? That's the one. Because I think we still need more bar darts. Yeah, I usually go for 4 bar darts. That's a safe number. I don't think I've ever had it take more than 4 tries. Alright, so then in like 4 turns we'll do that. And use that buff to open up the island and maybe try and get through the non-combats on the extreme slope. We can actually spend a turn right now getting the first one since it's guaranteed. And then we just need to spend a turn somewhere. May as well go back here, I suppose. Interesting that we got this. I usually don't even ever get any of these, so it's pretty likely that I don't remember to use that at any point. But we'll see. Now we're ready to burn some delay, and we're going to drop that into the airship since we're ahead of the curve on non-combats there. find it. Okay. Now, do I have all of the... No, we don't have the amulet or the umbrella. So that is something we gotta grab here somehow. I think... we will use a gaze or two here. Which I think I'll go ahead and put on the peridot, and we'll just drop onto a quiet healer and hope that we can get it that way. In fact, maybe I'll put on the baseball diamond. Yeah, so I think we're going to have to abandon the idea of using the cultist in the baseball at the moment. Just so we can yellow ray the quiet healer instead. And we'll do that once we do the desert, which is where we're going to use our next set of free kills from the baseball diamond. In the meantime, just fight this guy, which should give us our non-combat buff. And we can get the war going. Oh, we don't even have the island open. That's a mistake. Yeah, that's, again, something I usually handle towards the end of day one. But since we didn't, since we didn't have as many turns as we normally do, everything was all screwed up. Okay, so I believe I don't think I've done any of these, right? Yeah. So we'll have to hit that up on the next time that procs in like 30 turns. In the meantime, just deciding whether I want to do anything with it right now. Basically, I could go for the extreme slope instead. I think that's probably the smartest thing to do. The routing here is going to get really weird, so I'm not totally convinced this is going to work out. Okay, so we got through that. Is there anything else up right now that we need non-combat chance for? Yeah, we can actually spend a few turns in the deep fat fryers. I'm actually going to take off the peridot here because we need to make sure that we get a Ruby W from one of these guys. Alright, this will hopefully do. We're nearly capping it. Cool. Alright, well, we got through a couple of the non-combats there. I suppose I'll just finish it out. Whoops. Cool. So that's that done. I guess I should go to the beach and do this now. At least twice. Then we can use our green candle. Let's see, we need to burn 2 delay here, so we'll actually use our next club into next week for that. And we'll use our candle in the bat hole. All right. Go to the beach again. Get our third one. Get the boat. And I think I'll go ahead and just get the compass right now too. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, figure out exactly what I want to do from here, and then continue from there. Okay, I'm going to do Shen. That should take us about 10-ish turns. So, let's go meet Shen. and by Shen I mean the smut orc section of things. Alright, so we do need to... our objective here is to get through in 2 rounds of Black House, which means picking up like 6 to 8 extra pieces. And we're going to use a few gazes to do that. So... I just get distracted. We're dialed up to 11. Also going to eat spinal tapas. I'm not going to eat the breakfast today. Maybe I need to check this math again. So, if I were to double Fleetwood mac and cheese, that's 12. Plus 1 for spinal tapas now is 13. Plus 2 for prize turkey is 15. Plus the blueberry muffin is 16. But we really want 1 more for spinal tapas at the end for the mysticality test. But I think we can just get by without it. It will mean that we need to definitely need to find the electric boning knife if we do that, though. Alternatively, just eat the spaghetti breakfast and then only have 1 Fleetwood mac and cheese and just get some other good food. I guess that's the safer path. Alright. Let's go ahead and continue then. Maybe try and move along a little more quickly. check that we have peppermint on. We do. And we should be able to pretty easily overkill these guys by an enormous margin. So we'll use at least 2 gazes. Uh, 17 and 17, so we want at least one more. And hopefully not more than that, or things get wonky. Alright, so we need... Oh yeah, okay, so we're doing well now. So we shouldn't need any more refracted gaze. Alright, and that's that. Just get through the intro things for all of these. And we're ready to move on to the next thing, which we still have 3 turns before we get our non-combat buff up again. And I think I'll spend those 3 turns just knocking out something random. Yeah, we can go kill the Yetis. We don't want to do Gror yet. Because we want to potentially use that O later on. Speaking of which, I forgot to grab the letter from the rattlesnake, so that's gonna mess us up in terms of getting a tape. I suppose we actually could get one from a Tektite, right? Because we have that's where we're at in our cycle here. Yeah, that's not too bad of an idea. We'll do that. I don't think this ends up costing us a turn. I think this costs us, is going to take us 4 turns to accomplish no matter what. Even if we do it super late in the day with all of our item buffs running, I don't think we get to 330 points. So yeah, this is fine. But I do want to make sure we have the Hearthstone equipped. Great. Alright, let's go ahead and do the war. Unfortunately, because of screwing up that timing earlier on, we're going to have to reuse the photo booth buff. Alright. And at this point, even if the Tired Muscles buff runs out, I think we have to just keep at it with at minus 20% minus 20% combat, because we can't put it off another 20 turns. Cool. Alright, and now our purple ray is up, and we're going to do whelps. Oops. Alright, and now we'll play ball to make them free, and we're going to get the stuff from the Quiet Healer. And I don't think we're even going to throw a third major pitch. We'll just do stuff that looks useful. So let's load up 2 hot pitches, 2 spooky pitches. Get a garbage ball. And then these ones kind of don't matter too much. We'll take initiative, take, I guess, regeneration, and then steal from the healer and make the whelps free. Now we already used our phosphor traces, so we're going to have to encounter the third whelp naturally. We got how many beeps? 11 beeps? 11 beeps, so ideally we hit it on the first turn. But alas, did not. Okay. Not too bad there. So then when the last two come up, they'll be free, and that'll also finish out that section. Alright, do we need non-combat for anything else while we've got it? I don't think so. Darts do we have? Do we have 2 or 3? We have 3. So, set myself a reminder that after the next one, we'll rearrange our condo again. It's in like... Alrighty. Now we're just doing normal flyering stuff. We're gonna go take care of the oil guys since we are running our ML buffs. A, and this is the last tape we're getting, so I'm just going to kill all of these guys while we're here. Dump this into the bat hole again. Oops. Well, oh well, we missed a peak with our peridot. That's one thing I do need to get better at, is making sure to remove the peridot when I don't want it on things. Do I have 2 more? Just 1 more. Alright, we have 9 of these so far, so we will swoop 1. So that we have the 12 that we need for the jar of oil. Then we have 1 turn until that's up. So... do this, I think. And then we can do the airship for the whelps. Alright, so that takes care of the cranny. Nook will finish up towards the end of the run when we are running the Smoking Pope item buff. We should do the next couple of steps of the Giant's quest while we have Wild and Westy up. Though maybe it makes sense. Yeah, we'll wait until 5, 10, 15. Yeah, we'll wait until this comes around again. And then we'll do it. So actually, let's... change our condo then. Alright, more island stuff. Let's get to it. We've got our Peridot on. We can just tear right through the junkyard. Let's slap on the baseball diamond because we want to just load a bunch of junk into there. Tires I skipped, right? Yeah. Okay. And we'll do the lobster frogman too. The way I handle it is I just fight one. I put one in the baseball diamond to get a second barrel from it, and I dig up 3 barrels. A lot of these things are kind of interchangeable. This is just my preferred set of things to use. Make sure we have Peridot equipped. We do. Okay. Then we just need to get two things in here, and that's going to be the one of the desert enemies. We'll try and stick in there. In fact, I think we will do that now. So let's slap on so the way I handle desert, we're trying to get through trying to get through and get all the pages before the ultra hydrated buff runs out, so we're dumping pretty much all of our free kills here. And we're also going to use the baseball to make 3 more things free kills. Unfortunately, without codpiece, that means we have to sacrifice 2 turns of having, or 1 turn of having the compass in our offhand, which if we were to get the very best possible desert, costs us a turn, but it's free kills in all the other cases. So basically, it sacrifices the best possible case in order to hedge against some of the worst possible cases. And I'm going to do 2 turns with the baseball equipped, but after we have found Nasir. Because he always shows up, I believe, at 10 minutes. 10% exploration. I also like to banish a few things so that we don't fail to hit our 3 free kills from the baseball diamond. It's pretty unlikely to happen, but it's also just free to banish the guys anyway, so keep these guys around. Alright, so now we'll encounter him, and now we'll do what I said. We're going to slap on the baseball diamond, run it for 2 turns, and we'll either hit the same thing twice, in which case we make 1 free and use a cheddar ball on the second copy, or we hit 2 separate things, in which case we banish 1 and make the other free. Okay, so Lobster Frogman we are getting stuff from. We want then 2 ghost pitches and 2 cold pitches. Scorcher, and then we'll make the ants free and banish that guy. So obviously we need to get to 40% exploration here, and it looks like we are getting what would normally be kind of the best case where you collect all the pages by the time you get to 40%. Almost went 1 bullets too far there, but luckily avoided doing that. What are we at? We're at 32. Okay, so normally we would be at, if we hadn't spent 2 turns without the compass, we'd be at 40% now. And we actually are still missing pages. So we are getting full value out of those free fights from the baseball diamond, which is nice. And I believe the pages are guaranteed this turn. Yep. Ah, yes, we need that killing jar still. But we can do that whenever we want. Let's buy black paint, buy this while we're, oops, we are 2 meat short. Buy this. And go and get the drum machine. I guess we can use this to cap the chances on that. Alright, and then whenever we get that killing jar, we can go and finish that off. Alright, we've got a yellow ray up, and we're going to use it in Twin Peak. Maybe we wait 2 turns. Yeah, that's okay. We'll wait 2 turns. We can start working in the Copperhead Club in the meantime. And the first thing we want to encounter is a waiter dressed as a ninja to steal his ass. Oh, I forgot we hadn't finished this tape. Well, then we're not ready to steal this guy's S yet. Whoops. Alright, so spend one more turn, but it needs to be a combat. Can chuck it here, I think. Fight this boss. Okay. Now we are at minus 25. Eventually this will fall off and we'll not need the extra non-combat chance, so let's rearrange our stuff. We will need a few more of these. At this point we have our bar darts, so this can go away, and I think we're just going to do food and booze, because we need both, and we do still need the spleen stuff as well. Alright, so Twin Peak. Yep, we did that. Probably should have taken off the Peridot there, but not a big deal. Alright, so that gives us 3 of the hedge trimmers we need. We can just go for a non-combat naturally later. That's fine. So let's go over to the airship and try and get through these couple of non-combats. And then once we either get through these couple of non-combats or our non-combat improving buffs fall off, we'll go and progress the war. Alright, take the Peridot off for sure right now, though. Because if we happen to immediately get the non-combat, we want to be able to come back and find the alphabet giant for the heavy D. That leaves just the N, right? Yes. This on again. Pretty poor here. So, yikes. So we'll just come back later. Yeah. Alright, finish off all these quests. Spend the turn here. And let's go use that short writ that we actually have. Okay, so let's peridot onto a War Hippie Baker, steal its heart. And also get it in the baseball diamond. Make sure we have everything we expect. Yep. I actually should have probably sniffed that too, but it'll be okay. In fact, I'll just fight a bunch more guys. Ideally, within the next 4 fights, we'll hit another Baker. We have just the one enemy left, yeah. Alright, we'll do one more fight here. And then and then we will go to the library and stuff a librarian into our baseball. In fact, I'll do that first in case we I guess it's not going to matter because I'm just going to no, we'll kill it. Then the question is, should we swoop it? Okay. So we can spend one more turn over on the battlefield and ideally hit a Baker. No such luck. But now we will play ball. I'm going to quickly look up which enemies are more common on the battlefield, and we'll banish one that has 2 copies. In fact, I'll take a quick break while we're at it, and be right back. Okay, I'm back. It occurs to me that because of how we sequence this, we don't really have a choice, assuming that we want to do something with the baker. Now the reason we want to encounter the baker more often is because we want it's one of the enemies that can give us a P. But since we didn't get 2 of them, we're now relying on encountering one naturally if we make them free. So ideally we would have gotten 2 in here so we could cheddar 1 and also make it free. But our options now, so we have to do something with the infantrymen. We're going to banish it, and then we can make the baker free. We can make the rigger free. Those both have 2 copies. I think I'm going to still do the baker, and the next time we encounter one, we'll just olfact it, and that should ensure hitting 3 of them at some point. So do that, then set up that, and set up this, get our killing jar, and banish that guy. Alright, and then we are done with the baseball diamond, and it's one less thing to think about, which is nice. And we are also done with this. Now we want to continue with our letter collection. And at this point we want to we have a couple of options. And I think the one we're going to go for is a blue oyster cultist for an E. I believe this is off by 1. It counts the Leonard for some reason. So we're actually at 71 protesters left. So we need 8 kills, which is at least a lighter. So what we'll do is we'll steal this. We'll try and get a lighter from him. And then we'll kill him with the lighter. Okay, and I believe that's going to leave us with 1 more, but we'll do our clovers first and then check afterwards. But I believe we're going to have 1 straggler left to kill afterwards. Alright, now we can go to the Copperhead Club and try and get an S from a waiter dressed as a ninja. Naturally, that's going to be more difficult now that we encountered one. But we need to burn this delay anyway, so. Oops. Alright, now we can start generating turns with all of our various consumables. incredible pizza as well. Do we have room for that? So we're definitely eating this. How much space do we need? We need blueberry muffin is 1, prize turkey is 2, and a spinal tapas at the end is 1. So that's 4. We already used our toilet, right? Yes. So we have 4 space available, and we can just eat this incredible pizza, which I think is going to be better. Let's check. Incredible pizza is 12 to 16 before Pizza Lover, so that should be better than anything else. So yeah, we'll just eat that. Alright, so yeah, alright, Copperhead Club. That is the wrong one. We never want to see this one. We never want to see that guy. Okay, that guy will give us an S. The Pardenders are weird because of their generated names. They can give you a couple of different letters, but getting an S out of there is great. Alright, at this point we need an O, and that's a good opportunity to go to the daily dungeon. If we happen to hit a saber-toothed lime, that's like a free O. And the O's can be a little weird, so I'll go for that now. An I, it's an R. Alright, not bad. Okay, so then our next option for an O is Gror. And the reason we're doing this right now is that our next green candle is actually going to be used in a place where we get a U. I was looking for... Alright, so that's one more quest done, which is nice. Things just simplify as the possibilities collapse down, which is just less mental load, less opportunity for mistakes, etc., etc. Now, we've got 3 turns until that is ready to go. So I will, I think I'm going to go ahead and do our 3 Leonard turns now. Just make sure that that gives us 3 free crafts. Alright, 3 pieces of Leonard gear. Alright, and again, it says it's finished, but I believe there's actually one more guy there. But, let's see. Now we're going to go to the Garves and do the next stage of this. Do have a purple ray up as well. Need to remember to do that. The timing on this is not going to be very tight just because of the sheer scale of turns we're doing today, so not too worried about making sure we get those right off of cooldown. We have our Peridot equipped, so we are going to hit a Ghoul and steal its U, and then green candle. And then we're going to use a couple of digs here. I like to use 3 digs and then come back with another green candle, which makes it a 2/3 chance to just hit the boss, but free run on the 1/3 chance that it's not. Alternatively, could just use 4 digs. And maybe I'll actually consider it here. Let me check. Basically, if we don't use the 4th dig, it's an extra shot at the Nook later on for free, which I'm never very thrilled by. No, I think I'll just keep the dig for the Nook. We are behind on eyes, so we'll just come back here when we have that candle up again. Alright, and now we can smack a hippie into the future. Make sure we have our Heartstone equipped in case we find a baker. And we'll go ahead and knock out Filthworms right now too. Peridot's active. So we're going to use the usual technique of getting out of there with peridot and then digging with spade to get the gland. Alright, so now we do need a P, so I am going to spend a few turns here on the battlefield and hopefully encounter a baker. We can start using some of these tapes too. So I maybe don't want to get too aggressive with that. We have collected all the tapes we're going to use, so there's only 3 of them. It's just we're not ready to do nuns yet because we're so far behind on the airship quest. And this is actually going to get a little spooky if we don't encounter any baker soon. Okay, so we'll olfact that. We'll take the P we were looking for and then kill it. And then we'll come back here again when we are looking for our next P. But in the meantime, we're back to looking for S. And there it is. Okay. We'll dump that delay into the bat hole. And I think now we just have to try and get through the castle. Messed up the sequencing on using this combat stuff again. I'm a little loath to use the last batch of that, but I think that I kind of have to. We're still looking for the non-combat here. Great. Now, there's not a lot of value in actually running turns on the ground floor, but we do just need to get through it, so I'm just going to. Maybe this is somewhere I can drop like a tape hippie. That sounds like a... I guess not, because there's only one turn left until nuns. Yeah, I should have used a VHS tape on the hippie we just clubbed into next week. We could have dropped that somewhere. But now there's sort of awkwardly one hippie left there. Though technically this is the one of those spots, I think, where 16 hippies. No, it's the previous breakpoint where you can go one over without losing a turn. So I guess not. Yeah, okay, we're just gonna adventure on the ground floor. If we hit the boning knife, we'll take it. If not, it's not a big deal. Because now our O is going to come from constellation if it's even an even ascension, which it's not, I believe. That means that the box isn't even in. Does this tell us? Yeah, the box isn't even in for this set. So we would need to come up with some creative source for an O. We could get a Zol. Maybe we go for that. Eventually. Yeah, okay. This is not where I wanted to go. So that's just gonna be a lost turn. Alright, and then equip the Mohawk wig. Yeah, we're just doing this at not quite peak efficiency. But hopefully it doesn't take us too long to hit a non-combat. And then we need to hit one more, but we don't need the Mohawk wig anymore. Alright. That's one more set of things complete, just in time for our green candle to be off of cooldown. And we'll go to the Garves with that. And we will hit the boss immediately. And so then we'll just toss this green candle. We'll take a run at the boss bat, I suppose. No, I was accidentally hit a key on my keyboard. Maybe we'll just fight the boss bat. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so then we're up to finding an O. And the O oh, we don't even have, oh, we were going to go for Azul, yes. And I guess, like, worst case is we just finish off 8-bit Realm without hitting, and it is what it is. Cool. And so I think that we'll leave the last one there for the very end, and we can drop a free kill in there after we've done all the things that we need to maintain our stats for. Let's grab this. Alright, and then we're ready to get a U, which we will get in the Zeppelin. Alright. So, I don't think there's more than one guy here still, but we'll put on, we'll aim for a non-combat just in case. Sure. Alright, so plan here. We get the intro non-combat. We dig up a red skeleton. We banish it. And then we just make sure we have our Peridot equipped, and we will jump onto a red butler. Yeah, it's an awkward spot, huh? Yeah, the issue is I want to sniff the red butler, but that means we lose our sniff on the baker. We still have 2 free bakers waiting for us. But we may just never hit them. There's only like 20 hippies we're gonna encounter left. I suppose we actually don't. Yeah. I guess we just don't sniff the butler. And pray that everything works out. Also forgot to steal his heart, unfortunately. Okay, this guy we don't want to see. This guy we don't want to see. Alright, steal his heart this time. Did we at least pick up a Clark cable? We did. And here I will just, since we're out of Glark cables, we don't have the guy sniffed, we're just going to dig up a second red skeleton for free. Alright. Up to the hippies for a turn. Should I do it this way? Okay, that means nuns are available. We ended up getting through Zeppelin with only the 1 yellow ray, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this yellow ray when it comes off of cooldown. Maybe we just won't use it. Realistically, we won't be in a position to be done before it would be off of cooldown, though, so we might as well use it. Just going to take a quick break, figure out what to do about that, and then continue. Okay, I'm back. The plan's going to be we're going to go to Twin Peak with it again, and if we don't hit a non-combat, we'll use it to ensure we get a hedge trimmer. In the meantime, we're back around to S. And we can also set up to do nuns. I think I'm going to go and try and get... We're actually not in any hurry to get the S. Because we're only going to get one more soup at this point, and all of the things that we need to fight following the S are at the very end. So I will go ahead and do... I don't want to be in the middle of nuns when this comes up, though, so I guess I'll try for the S now anyway. Just hit easy. Alright, so as far as I'm concerned, we don't need anything more out of the Copperhead Club, so we can dump delay in there whenever we want. Let's go and get the inhaler. 4 more turns until we're ready to do the Twin Peak. Suppose we can get through here. Make sure we're ready to do Hole in the Sky. We can go fight Ron. Two more turns. Just throw a couple of bowling balls. At this point, I think it's mostly a matter of just getting all of the things done, and we're more or less done with trying to do weird sequencing things. So I'm going to try and get through this a little quickly. I'm recording this at a sort of strange time, so I'm already mentally fading a little bit. Not that I was all there to start with, but just trying to mentally decide if we hit a twin, whether we are prepared to use a refract on it. So we're going to need... We basically have 2, maybe 3 refracts available to us. Really only 2 refracts available to us. We're going to need 1 at Abu Peak. But otherwise, I think we're actually okay. So if we do hit a twin, we will refract it. Okay. So that just solves that. So then we're back to what do we want to do with this yellow ray. And I guess honestly... Oh yeah, we need a refractor in the hole in the sky too, so glad we didn't use one there. I guess honestly... we'll just use the yellow ray there to ensure that we don't get, like, stats screwed. Statistically, we always get all the parts we need, but there's, like, an outside chance that we don't. Oops. Should have taken off the peridot there. We did not get punished for it, thankfully. And now, let's just... can either do nuns or... think I'll wait 4 turns and then start nuns. No, but if I do nuns now, I don't have to re-up this buff. Nuns usually takes 11 turns for us, so we'll do it this way. So let's just do the maximizer thing. If I remember correctly, we don't have a spare stone wall, so we cannot extend our buffs if we get bad rolls. We'll chuck this in our offhand. Okay. Am I missing a buff? Usually this is 9 to 13 turns. But maybe our guy is just not leveled up as far as it usually is. Ah, that's what I'm missing. We're not letting it create a feather boa. Hello? Okay, there we go. Weird little bit of lag there. Pretty typical rolls so far. Looking like it's going to be our normal 11 turns. And indeed it will be. Alright, now we're ready to club a hippie into next week. And we'll drop those 2 delay birds into the hole in the sky. And until then, I think we can just do miscellaneous stuff. Yep. So we can put our skeleton back on. Have a go at what here? It doesn't really matter. So we'll just dump that delay into here. We do have a whole bunch of uses of workout powder, and we have 5 uses of workout powder and 2 handfuls of split pea soup. It'll be 3 in the end, so hopefully 3 in the end. We still have 1 free baker coming our way. Yes, let's see if we can ferret that guy out. Because we will not need the P from it. We're actually going to get that from a triple X prawn. I don't think there's any hippies with O's, but just in case, we'll slap this stuff on. Cool, so that's our last free hippie, and yeah, we can use our remaining sniffs freely. One of them's going to get used in the palindrome on a dude, and the other I will probably use in one of the 2 Speak for Even Seller zones. Let's go ahead and start using some of these tapes. Right, do this, and then do this. Yeah, thankfully this portion of the run, not a whole lot of decisions to be made, just working our way through whatever items remain outstanding. We're looking to clean up anything that's in our way from finishing up the level 11 quest. In particular, anything that doesn't involve needing extra item drop, and then once all that is left is the item drop stuff, we will put on our buff from the Smoking Pope booze and take care of those just while we have the extra item percent. So in particular, we want to get rid of this delay in the office building. That's, I think, fine to just do manually now. We do have plenty of delay to burn afterwards still. VHS tape just dropped right in here. And I guess get another tape going. Just verify that we have the file. We do. Not that we had any recourse if we didn't, so it's good that we do. Take care of this boss. Alright, that's that section done. And Copperhead Club has delay to burn. We'll burn 2 of it by hand, and then we'll start on the item section, I guess. We still have Cellar to do as well. How many eye drop antidote things do I have? 3? Yeah, so I've gone back and forth on how to actually approach the tavern cellar. For now, I'm going to do it with plus combat and just encountering all the rats. We can cap all but one of the tests. Technically, there is a window in which we can cap all of the tests, but in fact, I might have... Yeah, I do have the Gaia beads, so I can cap all the tests if I want. The problem with that is if we miss on Tomb or on Drunken Rat Kings, we have trouble getting all the Tomb Ratchets we need. But maybe we'll just go for it. So I guess the next time our Everything Looks Blue is up is when we'll do that. So let's spend a few turns just doing other stuff, and then we'll get into that. Just kill a couple of hippies to burn off a few turns. In fact, we'll do it after the VHS monster is taken care of. Alright, dump that here. Alright, so hot we take care of with Song of Sauce. Cold is going to be the candelabra in conjunction with Icy Glare. Spooky is taken care of just by having the Blood Cubic Zirconia equipped, and we will equip the Gaia beads and a short-handled mop, which will make it so that everything is covered. Now we're only going to be at 20% non-combat. fact, we're only going to be at 15% non-combat. But that's actually okay. We are looking to encounter some of these rats, so... just means that any non-combats that we do hit, we can definitely skip if I remember to not remove the buffs that I just put on. Ideally, I like to get 3 Tangle of Rat Tails. That's usually enough to get what we want. With just 2, it gets a little sketchy, and with less than 2, it usually means spending extra turns in the pyramid. So it looks like we're probably only getting 2, yeah. Okie dokie. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us, but nothing to be done about it at this point. So we will go into our item drop portion of the run. Drink that. And what else? This and this. In fact, do this right now. 11 turns or 2 spleen. Yeah, we're actually didn't end up generating as many turns as I would have liked. So this is going to be pretty tight. And hopefully it's a 2-day. Okay, we have all the crafting plans we need. We have all the workout powder we need. So we can change this to something else. I am going to leave booze in there, but we don't need any more food. So let's scoot booze to here. We'll put up the padded workbench, or weight bench, whatever it's called, and the 2 familiar weight things, cupcake treadmill and it is that, but I want the other one. Right? Am I crazy? Karaoke machine. There we go. another segment where we have to manually manage our buffs. What I really should do is set up some moods for these particular portions of the run. And then I want to do these weird shenanigans. But where's the fun in that? I've gotten rid of the weird set of buffs. Just give us a little extra MP for now. Alrighty. So, stuff to do. We want to use a refracted gaze at Abu Peak. Three's pretty good. So we will do one more fight here and just kill it, and yeah, hopefully get a clue, so that saves a turn. Then we're going to go over to the Nook and use a bunch of seals and club acrosses in here. In fact, check how many. So we want 2 ancient seals. Oh. Never even unlocked the guild, but that should be happening now. But it means we have to go back to the Nook, unfortunately. This is probably fine. We were probably going to have to spend a turn here anyway. So I'm not too torn up about it. That's ideal too. only 3 eyes out of that, so we gotta go spend a couple of turns in the Nook. We can't use Refracted Gaze right now because we don't have the stats for it, so hopefully we just don't hit a party skeleton. Cool. Alright, next thing that needs items is the Spooky Raven Cellar. So we have 2 sniffs available, so we'll not sniff this one. We will sniff this one. We do have like 1,000,000 free run banishes available to us, so get to the boss here. Go back to the wine cellar. Alright, so that's that one done. Has it really only been 10 turns since I did that? I felt like that was so long ago. I forgot to use the Friar's buff, but we almost never hit on the first thing anyway. Alright, so we have the Unstable Fulminate. We're going to come back after the Palindome, because we want to get a U out of the boiler, but we have to get an O out of one of the things in the Palindome, assuming we hit one. So that's the next stage. I think we have like 4 of these things, so pretty good chance of hitting Shen without spending a turn. Okay. So, chuck on the Talisman. We have the Peridot equipped. We have to equip our Heartstone. So we will go onto a Race Car Bob, go we'll sniff that guy. We'll use the camera on that guy. And now we can boost our non-combat rate. We should unaffect this. That's RO. And we can also banish that guy. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, wishing I hadn't mis-sequenced the non-combat stuff. That's coming back to bite us a little bit here. Man. This is getting really quite tight. In fact, let's do some quick math. We've got 57 turns plus probably 12 or so, plus 3 from numerology maybe. 72. In fact, we should just do that. So we've got like 50 or so turns pre-tower. That's not right, about 60 or so turns pre-tower. It's not impossible. 16 here. 20-ish in the pyramid. Yeah, okay. Keep on going. Alright, we got all of the things we needed finally. Do this. Fortunately, we got the stew already. So we can immediately do that. Alright, let's check on our duration of ordained. 23 turns. That's actually plenty. To equip the fulminate, we want to ensure that we have the Peridot equipped. And this one kind of doesn't matter too much. Jump in here. It's you. Guess we can do our last club across the battlefield. We do have a couple of actually free kills here, so that's not nothing. Fight Lord, Spooky Raven. And go to the pyramid. Now, there are 11 turns until the non-combat is up. So we can't wait for that. We're just going to have to hunt for wheels with minus 20% combat. Do we have 8 turns of things to do? We can maybe wait until this green candle is off of cooldown. Yeah, we can always just kill some hippies for a few turns. Let's do that. In fact, let's do Abu Peak. Finish that off. That's that done. Let's go and pick up the last key part that we need. Fact. Yeah, we've got spare swoops, so we'll Peridot onto a triple X prawn, steal his heart, try and swipe the N, and we miss, but we do cap the drop, so we can just kill him. That's our wand. Delay burn goes in here. Almost forgot to put that back on. Great. And yeah, so just wrapping up all the remaining stuff and hoping that we finish in time. Alright, we want to save 2 banishes. We have a handful of soup. But we can freely use a couple of these. Alright, only 1 wheel and only 2 tangles or rat tails is pretty sketchy. We'll see how it turns out. That was only 1 wheel, right? Yeah. So at this point, any item buff that we can possibly get, we're going to throw at this. Yeah, none of this matters. Before I forget, go set up a VHS tape. Alright, we've got 7. So we nearly are capping the drop on the ratchets, so we probably get out of here without spending extra turns. Yeah, because we're actually gonna fight 5 rats, so we should certainly be okay. I say that, but what is happening? Shouldn't these be like 85% drops? 90% drops? Holy cow. Yeah, that's actually really pretty annoying. Even if I put on... Even if I make the next one a free kill, I don't think it matters. Because the turn after that... Yeah. I mean, I'll still do it because we want to get these free kills in anyway, but... Yeah, it feels bad to miss 3 of those, because I do think that's a 90% drop, and now it's just going to cost an extra turn. Because this is going to be the unlock. VHS, drop that out here. All right. So now I'm always afraid I'm going to misclick this. I should write a script for this as well. All right. In fact, I should switch to this set of buffs. We do get to make one of the Ed stages free, I suppose. And now we're just cleaning up what is left. When that green candle comes off cooldown, we'll burn the last delay in the outskirts and go take care of that. I might have already used the Peridot there. Actually, just ensure we don't hit a non-combat or something. Okay. All right. I guess I go in here without the Peridot because we can afford to do the gaze. Sure. Because if we hit the guard, then it saves a turn. It's fine. Alright, just clean up the rest. I think we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns. 9 plus whatever we can generate here. Yeah, that should be plenty to finish. So this, barring something catastrophic that has gone wrong that I've not noticed, I think we are in 2-day territory. Sell off all of our stuff and get the necessary things. Just double check that it did that correctly for me. We have 9 poultices and no gauze orders, but that's plenty. Thought I had set the threshold for that to 10, but maybe I just didn't. Yeah, we can fight this boss. I like to put on dial it up to 11 because it's free and guarantees that nothing can go wrong. Alright, go here, fight this guy. Go here, fight this guy. Alright. Now we just play a game of Maximizer. We're at 406. We do that. Equip the candelabra. Equip this thing. That'll do it. Yeah, so this run has been not great, but not terrible. We obviously didn't plan properly on day 1 and ended up having to change a lot of the routing I was planning on doing on the fly, which is obviously not ideal. Our RNG was kind of hit and miss. We had a couple of spots of really good RNG, a couple of spots of kind of poor RNG. Some of it was RNG punishing us for not planning correctly, of course. But I think that's kind of what you would expect to happen most of the time, so you can't be too upset about that. And we're going to come in around 470 turns, which is pretty typical for where I've been. So I'm not upset with that number. All right, we should have that. We can go back to the woods. That all together. Take this off. We want to do this. 250. Yep, that'll be enough. There's our 3 tokens. 2, 3. And yeah, just last couple of hurdles here. Dealing with these things in all the normal ways. We're going to tower kill both this and the... Oh, Drescher's is still up. That's fine, we have an antidote. I think we can tower kill this just fine with 10 monster level, but no sense in risking it. I believe we're going to tower kill both of this and the Wall of Bones, because I don't think we got the boning knife, unless my brain is not working correctly. Alright. %, chance to do it in 1 turn, so fingers crossed. We do still have dial up to 11, so that's trivialized. Okay, now we need our plastic Santa, and we need to maximize for first for this. Then for this, just throw on literally all the buffs. It does still recommend the scroll of Sea Smarts from the Sea Path, even though you can't actually get it in Standard as far as I know. Should probably fix that bug at some point. But as long as this number is, yeah, at least like 2,500, we should make it, because it doesn't take into account the plastic Santa being a lantern. Make sure we actually have mana to cast spells. No problem. Break the mirror. And yeah, not a whole lot to say at this point in the run. I hope it's been useful to someone. But for the last maximize, I just do muscle. Effects don't matter. And then jump in. And that is that. So yeah, 2 days, 468 turns. Not amazing, not the best I've ever done, but it's a pretty typical performance, I think. I'm happy with it, especially given how off the rails things went around the end of day 1 and the start of day 2. So I can't really complain about that. So I hope this was useful to someone. If you have any questions, you can hit me up on Discord, but I imagine there are better people to ask things than me. So thanks for watching.